third consecutive low as well. We do have to watch the momentum's not too bad. It's try and retest. Consecutive lows up first point. So from very morning, from when that it was a 5 move and come back down, test that blue line and bring top into in the fake break that calculate another rally downtrend. Cleared the first. We're already back at the 50%. Oh yeah. Yeah, like I've noticed a lot of the horizontal ranges. Like originally when we first started this range, there was a red zone that I was on there and seemingly used that as a support. Somewhat. almost like it's trying to break out of what tried to be. Or to the channel's view app. A little bit of slower move. Consolidation. Hey, good, good. Yeah, it's been pretty straightforward. It slowed down a little bit right now where it currently is, but Still moving as it should though. Like in the morning, we essentially opened on the fifth wave, and then that fifth wave overextended itself. We were able to bring it down and expect it to make a three-wave move. So we saw that it made a three-wave move, and essentially once it did that, then it broke our short-term trend, and essentially we were able to catch the and hold the short because we were aware that the long-term trend here that we've got on the 15-minute was going to break. So we've basically just came up to retest that twice now, um, but it's a little bit clearer on this chart. It's the white line there. We just came up to retest that twice, and yeah, we're basically just looking for we're looking for long-term down but short-term pops basically right now, and the short-term pops might be coming to an end. Yeah, we do. Bullish? Oh, let me look here. Yeah, I'd say exactly. Different variations. Yeah, like this is a very common one, and like this one, and then just simply this one. And it's like if we get those down and the reverse of them. So like I mean you would consider this one pattern, but like this essentially, I mean that's the same thing. It's just the opposite direction. Same goes for this or this. But those are the main patterns that we can see. You know, if it goes out of one of those, it'll usually go into a different one. Like if it's not making a five-wave move, it's making a harmonic. If it's not making a harmonic, it's making a three-wave move. Yeah, head and shoulders, another. Oh, sweet. Careful. Yeah, it's interesting because yeah, like last year, the dudes that I was working with, like we were all like no none of the guys started on sim, but they were all on trading options and stocks prior to that, but they just jumped right into futures. Um, uh, They were getting hammered prior. All of them. Not a single person has come in here like, oh, I'm killing it. Let's do this together. Not a single person. Oh. No, man. C-Bond was absolutely getting hammered when he came in. Certainly not C-Bond. None of them. Not a single. Yeah. Dogecoin's actually setting up to try and go up a little bit from here, I think. Yeah, Dogecoin might actually pump pretty hard, 62 area. Press. What's the, what is it, Cardano? What's the, I mean, it's never, this is all-time high for that coin. Nice. Interesting. Yep, that's good. I have a folder of it, yep. Probably. Yeah. Supreme Court of what? Oh. And you're on the list? Nice. Yeah. We're almost at the view app here. No? No, it's just between the two view apps there. Basically range between them two, between the two of them. And that's usually a signals thing. Me, no. Not too many as far as a normal day would go. The morning a little bit more so. This range has been a little bit less attractive. Sure. The fact that we've got a decent short entry now and basically holding it. Yeah. I mean, it's a little better than what it was yesterday, I feel. Makes sense. Tomorrow will be a day though, for sure. Trying to retest the line it broke. Currently retesting there. I'll be right back. Right, so we had a double retest there. Coming back this look, actually flat decides to get down to that. So this level currently sitting at 50% long term. So as we can see, broke our so here we go with the break of the yellow trend. You can also readjust, – 38% fit. The first major, especially when it coincides with the basically moves are getting a little bit larger than what they range is coming to. Another thing that we can is that we're starting to get a lot of actual range moves from the beginning of the range to the end, so defining. Now, it's interesting too because in the event that we clear this low, we can hold some. Obviously, every short trade we should try and hold some with stop and profit. And as it continues falling, we might see that it creates an this. Right now, it's kind of a new. We would have another thing as well is whenever a yellow line breaks, sometimes decide to get a not always required level right would be obviously range between 13. Double check the other. The Russell's five. area that's notorious for good. Initially, I think we can buy. Nasdaq isn't other major. Ultimately, we're going to be minutes. We're support line breaking. Right now, it's easy. But as some this line breaks a lot more like a newt than you can see. We're kind of grinding. I think it'll currently in a symmetrical triangle around the 30% tip of the symmetrical part. The reason for that being in the 30%, and typically when a symmetrical triangle it often tests it. That happens outside of the to get it outside of the triangle actual, and oftentimes at the tip we'll even fake out of the top and then actually all the way back through to the bottom only, but not often case thought as a probable, and it is typically these triangles will happen around the around the middle of the chart, around the area in which it's easiest for it to go sideways at the point of control, level of which has had more contracts and shares traded than any other level on the chart, right? That red line right now. What's that? Somebody was trying a little bit of grindy here. Left it to momentum shifting or so. They're expecting. Wow, not. It just was different before I adjusted it. Yellow line. Regardless, getting to the yellow line. I also want to point out how we have a large volume gap here that may cause some trouble. Yellow line. Consider taking some off here. Paying for the trade, dragging your stop into profit so that the trade can never become a loss again. And we let it rip to see if we can. Once the trend breaks, we're going to expect a retest. broken, trying to retest. Here we are at the view. As we can see, broke down to the consolidated that, but testing we made very much movement. Still haven't made it out of the channel that between the VWAPs here. We can see the VWAPs are placed extraordinarily because we doubt where the top one is the high and the bottom one is. That's going to come half an hour. We just see it outside of the Fed variable on. Yeah, it should be. I'm excited for them. Yeah, if it does, it does. They're gonna be fast freaking with all the money. Definitely get the vibe that they left all of them yesterday. Nonetheless, though, whatever moves it does make yesterday, if I mean today or tomorrow even, hitting it as trend break to trend break, pattern to pattern, profit to profit. Acting. And I mean, I know we have not even out of the channel yet, but it in that line and bodes well for its channel for that little bit. There was an attempt at a cipher here. The B point just made it too low. Oh, another thing as well is if we've had an 88 to an 88, trying to determine the likelihood of it trying to be a crab. Because remember how many crabs we saw yesterday? Hey, wait a second. Tell me it's not similar to what the hell happened yesterday. We had started the day with a 5-wave move, right? And then that 5-wave move turned into a 3-wave move. And then like we're here right now. I think it's trying to be, except I don't think we're gonna get this down. The whole consolidation at the VIP. That's a very common profit fit. That we can also apply fit. Not quite the one. One thing that I find interesting too is yesterday this move happened to the upside with really no need to get to the upside when there was untested B points to the downside. And it's like there's no need for it really to be going down here, and it's got an untested BP upside, and it kind of went that way. That's a rough speculation. Kind of seeing. Yeah, well, one thing that I just wanted to point out though is the fact that we started the day on the 5-wave move, and then after that 5-wave move, we had a 3-wave move, right? So like 1, 4, 5, and then it was 1, 2, 5. Then we had massive corrective wave 2. After that corrective wave, it moderately went sideways. Then with this, okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take that check this out. It is close, close, close to doing yesterday. Shortly after it did that, it ended up going sideways for an excruciatingly long time. Now, what do we usually see when we see a characteristic like that, and then the next day or the next time it makes that pattern? It's typically smaller and easier to play out. This part was a raw consolidation just like the one that it had after that. So it's like I would go as far as to say it can be done doing what it's tried to do yesterday. But I find that very strange. Well, not really strange. Very interesting to manage to do that again. Because I mean, as far as to say it managed to try and do what it did yesterday again today. That being, because like I didn't draw these in today. Those are for today. And they're not perfect, but you can see it drove once up, drove second down, drove the third one up, kind of had a dip down here. You look closely, right? The fifth wave ended there. Now, the entirety of the pattern, roughly the same size from 1 to 5, right? Same thing goes with the downwards move here. I didn't think it would line up as well as it did. You know, it went a little bit past, and I'm fine with that. Really look at what happened here. It's like, it technically there. Regardless, the point happened the day prior in a consolidation may happen. If you see something happen in a consolidation, same market participants watching that consolidation are the same people that decide to make those patterns. It's likely that we're going to see similar or similarities in the patterns that are made. On what time? Do you want to post a picture of it? Oh, on the 1 minute. Um, are you talking about in here? I was. Oh, here. It does. Right there. We can see its attempt at making a 5-wave move down here. So, yeah, move we can here is in jeopardy of trying to break. Might see an inverse head and shoulders off of this as well. Ultimately, we do want to see it go down, but there's a small risk that it have a short-term pop. A small counter trend move, perhaps in the form of 3 waves. Waves making that inverse head and shoulders potentially. Momentum, suggestive of that it wants to be a smaller move. Go, here you go. Stop and profit already if you trust it. Break of the trend and retest. It might have a really lopsided, so like not able to line. Test. Start the retest instead of making it all the way to that. Dominant. Now the reason why it did that is because if it decided to make it to the neckline, it would be that much more difficult to ever have to retest that line again. It was required to retest that line. Double retest. And we're almost at the readjust fibs. See, we're approaching the 38% fib. Yellow trend line broke, so we can see we caught that initial trend line down, broke out of the symmetrical triangle with absolute precision. We're going to break down out of the triangle, even though we talked about how it's so to trade inside of the symmetrical triangle. Sure of it. But breaking out of this trend here now, we're almost back at the VWAP. Also retesting the second time. Second price target, there's going to be some take profit there. They're going to profit black. The volume profile is starting to change at this rate as well. It still has potential to be a neckline also. We are at the mean. We did expect this to be a short. Yeah, stop and profit if you're letting some run. I would say break even. Might right shoulder out. Careful about that right shoulder. Having taken some off here is a wise decision. That it makes the right shoulder. Got a nice sell order right at the neckline. And it's like if you do 3 in, you knew it was going to be a small move. So if you take 2 off, try to buy 1 back on the right shoulder, ride 2 up to the mean again, take 1 off when it hits up the second time around. So if you go 3 in, 2 off, 1 back in, 1 off, let 1 run. Here's the right shoulder forming. Vision. All out. Watch the 61. I find that it. Now the inner bodies of the left shoulder end at the 50. The 50 is where it's the first potential area in which we can a right shoulder. Or sorry, not a right. Higher. The 61. It still hasn't retested the entire trend yet. In the event that it does that, it's a hard retest. Deny the retest of the yellow line from the underside is likely. And what is this? A fake break, so it doesn't bode well for the next move to come. By the way, there's the retest of the yellow line. If you manage your stop and profit, you can let the rest run to see if you get more. Because it makes sense to try and go for this first drive low, because we had one, go for the first one. Duration. Market moves starts moving with absolute precision, where it's to the point where I would go as far as to say obvious. Top of it, tiny, because it will do this with large moves, and like keep going until I feel uncomfortable. Sideways in order to be comfortable. Now you let some run. We look. Ultimately, we're still bearish overall. Looking short term pops. Playing it long term and short term. Every single that I see, I'll talk about it long. If you're playing it long term, you should still have a short from one of the various shorts that we've taken. If you're still in from here, even, you know what I mean? Because long term suggests we're gonna get a move down. If you get stopped out here, are we gonna find the next short? So, all right, buddy. Generally, after a spike, we can see a spring, so it might be trying to spring to the trend break. Momentum looks like crap too, so I do look at any move that it does to the upside here is ultimately just a waste of our time, because it is going to break the lows of day at some point. Knowing that, you should be a little hesitant with trying to go obvious. You know, holding some of the long is acceptable up to the mean, but anything past the mean, you're greedy. Because trading back to the mean, just such a bearish outlook on the long term. Generally speaking, you know, you'd want to obviously have a stop and profit in the event that you were long and it went past the mean, but definitely wouldn't recommend buying anywhere above these white lines ever again today. Tomorrow might be different, but they, those two, like, I'm absolutely confident that that is the, where's the 12 view at exactly? They're at the top. And just for some perspective, potential things telling us that we might get a D leg here. So one thing being the fact that we came from this M, which bugs me because it was a crab. It was a crab. We were literally talking about it, and I was like, "Oh, remember all the crabs from yesterday? Look at this crab," and it made a crab. So that crab right there, yeah, that's an M. So an M naturally might form a W. Now, not only was it a crab, right? But check this out. This isn't. So it's got two M's. It came from two M's. M inside of an M. And now it's like, does it want to make this the B point? Big question. Event that it rallies up here, the next move, come and retest that level. If we get that, it would not surprise me at all. Because you know, ultimately, what it would be doing? Staying right in around these maps, and I'd be surprised it go much farther. But ultimately, because we're long-term bearish, one of these bullish patterns is fail. This isn't considered a bullish pattern. This is considered the formation of a bearish pattern. So the lowest risk trade is going to be on the formation of that pattern back to its mean, not the creation of it. Because right now, the closest thing to a pattern that we're in is an H that has like a 70% chance of going up. But that's much. And with it being a bearish long-term situation, there's always a chance that because we're close to the mean, it might break into a sideways trend instead of actually give us a deep leg. Watch for that. Yeah, and the only reason why I thought that is because all of a sudden, because of this. Well, similar to what we had up here. Now, as I say that, I'm like, okay, that end last trend. A little rough, but I mean, another thing that I thought of as well is a truncated 5-wave move. So if we had and then like triangle, triangle. That's kind of what we got going on right there too. It's rough, but this truncated low, debatably, the third drive down could have wave. Another thing in today's market that seems to happen, particularly with up or with downtrends that break, is fake breaks. So when we get an ignition candle, there's like a 40% chance of actually smashing right back beneath the trend we just broke out of. Because how many times has that happened the past couple days? It's just this range. It's just, oh, we're getting ready for the Fed meeting. Let's not break up or downtrends. Don't be surprised if it craps right back through. As I said, the most highest probability trade is on the pattern. So far, it's doing a terrible job at breaking the trend, and it's a pretty obvious trend. Like, I mean, like, nobody's having trouble drawing that one in. I mean, I don't think so. You know what? Another thing that's causing a little trouble, that was causing trouble at least, the fact that we had these gaps there. I mean, it's doing what we thought it was gonna do, but it's taking its sweet time, and it's just about to hit the VWAP there too. We're at the 40% fit. So I hope the risks were all clear with the trade. I mean, it's working out. There was risks associated with everything. At the end of the day, when you analyze technical analysis, most of the time, even if it's iffy, most likely going to end up working. But you have to be aware of the risks. Sometimes it doesn't. You have to have a strategy of exactly how you're going to manage when it doesn't go well. And sometimes technicals don't go well, and it's part of being a good trader that you have to be able to determine, hey, when this pattern doesn't form the way I want it to, or it's slightly off, how do I manage it? And how do I make sure that it doesn't affect the profit of my last trade? That's like a huge thing. How do I make sure whatever I'm doing doesn't affect the profit of my last trade? Like constantly in my head. Whatever you when you click that next button, how is it going to affect the profit of your trade? Can't affect it. Have it that way. So here we are, approaching the 61, and we are forming the D leg. I want to explain how apparent it is that it's coming out of W. Now, the same effect from the MW, make that D leg, we all know, back down to the B point. Now that we have a B point, what can we do? We can apply fibs to figure out where that D. I honestly think it might end a little sooner, actually. And you know, it's great because I've been talking the whole time about like so many other reasons, but it's like then it's just like, you know, out of all those reasons, there's more reasons to literally get us what we want. Now, this is an important trend. Not so purple anymore. In fact, it's more like a yellow one. Entire trend. So we just responded to the 60. I would not be surprised after our 61 hits yesterday if we got a 61% retracement off of this move and then ended up making that the parameters for the next consolidation. So big watch on the POC down here. We're going to remove all these other yellow lines that we don't really watching the yellow line. And that's the one break. What's up? Yeah. See them. Oh yeah? Did. Forever, but yep. That's a bad sign for the rest of the major indexes. Your SPY's about to take a dump too. Watch the major indexes. Nice little mission came downside. Nasdaq bouncing off of a point to B point blue line there. Oh yeah. $30. I got it at 20. That's like a giant move, and it's 20 points. We were getting 20-point candles a couple days ago. Come on, Nasdaq players. You know, I'll take small movements but clear movements any day. Like it's fine. Big movements that are clear, also amazing. Looks like it's actually tried to make a 5. Not the worst. We broke. Yep, we just broke the downtrend. That downtrend break even larger, setting up got that untested. If it did be a bearish harmonic pattern, yeah, me here. Yep, for it to come right back like that. Honestly, I think the most important thing that it's going to be thinking about is retesting this orange line. Testing the line, getting the first point of the core wave. This little slower move. I always trade within them. Yeah, I always trade within them. One of them's the core and one of them's the long, so you want to make sure that you're always, or one of them's the core and one of them hedge, so you always want to make trading the hedge actively. Or because it's only worth doing if you want to have a core. True, want to have a core, and then you're hedging against that core. Like you don't want your core to be as important as your hedge, or you may as well just be trading one contract or one side. Like in a range, you don't want to try and develop a core inside of a range, unless you have reason to believe that your core is going to either above or below the entire range, unlikely to be hit with the entire time that it's a hard spec. Often times it's just the way it seems to be caught the high of day, and then have a range below. It's like you're constantly hedging within that range, but you have no stopped out that range. Favorable. This is a third consecutive high to our B point here as well. That's a hit right there. Close to the 188 VWAP as well. even though this B point was tested, we're gonna watch it because remember yesterday, every single B point that we saw, every single bearish harmonic pattern that we saw lifted like this. See, like every single one of them had that. Might be. Yeah, it's like what is a capacitor if a three drives pattern doesn't fail? Positioning of the three drives pattern in this case is not good. It's below the mean long term. Technically speaking, a high probability short trade does not exist below that line. Yeah. Yeah. Ultimately, I made good double reach of the shear. Yeah. Minor consolidation. Trend break. Yeah, check this out. How we were talking about this yesterday. Look at the truncated highs, lows, and how essentially um it retested quickly before dumping. We saw that yesterday. I'm just typing in the And another characteristic of yesterday that we've seen truncated bearish impulse wave, and now we're seeing the second wave exceed the first as well. Third wave being cap waves, and like we're trying. It's trying. It's terrible, but it's trying. That means down. Right now, it's in a point at which it's incredibly easy for it to go sideways because it is right in the middle of our chart and right in the middle of both of our VWAPs, right in the middle of the biggest, longest consolidation range that we had. It's high. It's right in here. And you know where this is? This is exactly where it ended up after it did what it did yesterday. It was done. It was done here. This is where it finished. Let's see. Not expecting too much, but like the one thing that we can expect is when patterns form, they might not play out to the fullest of their extent because it's having so much trouble moving. And I think that this is an all of a sudden thing. It's all of a sudden having trouble moving. Not like it's developed this. One thing that we can see out of it, it's got an M right into a W. That would be typical of a consolidation. Watching for that. That's why I'm 60-40 on it going down. On the short term. Long term, I think it's going to go down regardless of what this pattern does. This pattern, I don't think matters. I mean, I'd love for this pattern to matter. That would mean this pattern gets us out of this consolidation. Do I think that's going to be the case? Probably not. Do I think that this B point's going to get hit today at some point? 100% hit. Might take a little. Thing I don't like about that B point too is by the time it gets there, it's not really an M. I mean, it can be. It's going to be a really crappy one, but by default, as soon as it's done getting down there to that B point, it's also testing this orange line, which is orange line. Super important. It's huge. Biggest trend of the day, right? Really, and of the short-term chart at least. And as it gets down there, it retests. It hits the VWAP. It hits the second point. Like that. But one thing that we can see about this too is after its impulse, right? After its cap wave there, what do we do? A three-wave move, corrected cap wave. It's not like it's not respecting it as though it's an impulse or a motive wave of some kind. Well, it's not an impulse wave, it's a motive wave. Because it's essentially, motive wave is corrected. Impulse wave. Motive wave is typically with the trend. Corrective waves happen against it. Right now, the trend is up then. Because the thing is on the corrective wave, even though it is tiny, right? It has a downtrend. Breaks that downtrend by default. That's how the next starts. We're not going to get another unless that trend breaks. Depends on how short term you want to. Not to say that fast movement doesn't come out of slow. I'm not double stacking on yesterday's. And I mean, like, it can't get away with moving fast after hours. Alright, that's it. I don't think that's gonna fly for. And it's just a matter of time before it goes sideways for too long. People literally just start trading. Have to start trading down on the volatility. Like even on the short term, right? the day traders are typically bad at waiting. So you can see that and contracts into a tighter uh, area of volatility, and then it'll expand as it moves. Yeah, well, if it wants to do a 5-3-5 move, this would make sense to turn out to be a crab. I am looking at it. Oh, target this white line. Momentum will build through a reason to come back down. Yes, we put up high, but all that means push into the trend. Trend we hit starts the cycle. The more apparent the trend is, the more likely the coming to it. Because as soon as that trend becomes visible, all the market can think about doing is breaking it. You have to have a because when it pops up that are initial breaks of trends, there's like a literally a 40% chance, in my opinion. Really, it's not literally, but speculative. I think that there's 40% my speculations that ignition candles to the upside are met with fake outs to the downside. Complete uh utter breaks out down. Nice move on the crab here, eh? Now you want to know what made me think that? It was literally because I did the freaking class on the crabs and it's so fresh in my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, this is exactly how the crab forms. And perfect. Look at it go. Watch the freaking classes. Look at it go, eh? Is that not amazing? What? Get a drink. I'll be right back. Still, most important trend. That breaks, we get. There's that. The almighty trend line. Crap, too. Oh, that trend line. Yeah, for it to be crab. Crab's the bearish harmonic. Seven's the absolutely amazing. Like, you know what we had here? A 78% retrace. Sorry, 88%. Eyeball that. Trying to do that. When it makes those squiggle like that, essentially, you can really say, okay, alright, let's take a look at this for a second. Where did we go? 88% retracement? Here, off, but you know what? When we see that 88% retracement, one defining factor, different harmonic patterns. Now, the thing that defines most different harmonic patterns is it's not the D, it's not any other part of the pattern. You want to know where it is? It's actually this leg here. It's like, what? Really? That leg there tells us what the rest of the pattern's gonna, like, yeah. How we like, we know that that moves utter yes, because it's part of a leg to one of the highest probab, well, not highest probab, highest profit, uh, like of all of the fibs, or all of the harmonic fibs. Because you know what? It's got the farthest distance, the entry target and the profit target pattern, not the channel arm pattern, which other than us. Okay, we are advanced. We're at the V from the other side, create gap, something you've seen for the past few days, and I've created white zones with them. It's really hinting at that it wants to just not make a gap there though, but hey. M to come down and get that, that's a lot of move. Makes a double top here. But it breaks, it'll break that support line, form of a D leg, and where's that D leg gonna go? Yeah, no question about it. If you're like fingers hovering over the click button and you're shaking in your seat, about what you should do with your next trade. Definitely profitable. Right here, they should all be taken, right? If you're having trouble taking them all. If you're taking half of them, it's like, what do we need so that you take all the moves on it? It's like, oh shit, like we've just changed ideas. It's like, let's go get on the train with the new idea, with the next thought, with the next idea. And it's like, the second that it's not going, do I do in this? Always something you can manage it. You know what the typical human tendency to do is wait until almost unfixable, and then, and then come to me. But you know what? Fixed it. Unfixable situation. Like I'll never forget when somebody down about to be called, and he's older fella has been life and his life savings and down the drain. And I'm like, yo, you're gonna sell it? It's gonna drop another like 5%. You're gonna buy it back, and then freaking it's gonna rally up. And he did it perfectly. He even put crap, but it worked out. Bought a mug with a sticker on the mug. Now they don't even let you trade that anymore if you wanted to. It's like completely not allowed. It got voted, or it wasn't voted, it was statistically the worst ETF in the history of time at that time. Down 98%. Like, yeah, no doubt they freaking took that off. I'm like, well, hold on a sec. You know, it wasn't because that the security itself going down 98%. It's because the way that they structured the ETF was with ETF decay that brought it down. So I'm like, well, got to be some good money in shorting those decaying ETFs because you can find shares. You would think it would almost be like to find shares on a decaying ETF, but next time you're like bearish on the market, short something that's decaying to the upside. Here's a quick example. SQQQ, and not to take you guys away from trend break. Well, we've also cleared, but I found it imperative to. Look at this stock. All right. Okay, we all know the Nasdaq does not look like this in reverse. This is the Nasdaq SQQQ. So when the Nasdaq goes up, this goes down. When the Nasdaq goes down, this goes up. But wait a second. Why the hell does the Nasdaq not look like that in reverse? Well, it kind of does actually, not gonna lie. But SQQQ has been decaying drastically more than the Nasdaq has been rising. 99.99% loss on this because they keep um they keep splitting it and they keep decaying it, essentially barely the fact that it keeps decaying. So what they're gonna do now, because it's basically a penny stock again, is they're gonna reverse split it back up to like $11, or sometimes they up to $60, and guess what happens? It goes all the way back down to $7 again. And it's like that's what happens along these highs, like, and that's why we have that 99% decay, because it can go down, right, like 50% that year. Then what they'll do is they'll split it back up to $30, and it could go down another 50%, and it just instantly goes down. So let's say, for instance, that you're in a short position up here, right, and like at like 200 or whatever, and it goes down and it's here. Now they've split it back up to 30. You can still hold your short and watch it go all the way back down to $7 again. And it's like, if you're long on the market, that's great. But if you shorted SQQQ to get exposure to the long in the market, you're getting ETF decay working for you on your side. I don't want to talk about that too much, but if you have any questions, let me know. This is incredibly effective strategy for those that aren't trading futures. and they want to trade it longer term because you have the decay. So even if you're a little bit wrong, there's a good chance that the decay will make up for it because it freaking decays very fast, incredibly fast, and that's why they take them down, because people try to hold them. They don't read about them at all. They don't read about them at all. It's terrible. Like, oh yeah, yeah, totally, totally, totally. You have to just beware of what direction it's decaying, and yeah, no, it's great. Like if you're ever wondering about getting into a situation like that, like I love a conversation about that stuff. So it's like if you are like, hey, let's get into the, I'm thinking about doing this, talk to me and oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's like when you've made a bunch of money trading futures, and you've got some on the side, like plays like that are fine. But I wouldn't like I wouldn't primarily trade on those parameters. But hey, this trade's working out really well. If anybody took the short trade anytime at all on the bearish pattern, it spiked up and lost everything that it was supposed to in exactly the fashion of which it should, and now it's at the VWAP and very neutral situation again. We're lucky to have got the move that it's given us there. Ultimately, it broke the long-term trend that we were looking for. This was a short-term move, calculated nonetheless, right to the yellow or right to the white line. When I'm like, it's supposed to go to the white line, it's like that means not this line. It means the white line. So if it's not supposed to go any far past the white line, um, it's interesting because we used that pattern in a way that we had to use our discretion to be like, all right, this began in a way that suggests that it wants to do that, and it's in one of my classes. I have to make sure. I have to. I've been having issues posting them, but I do encourage you guys to check them out. I'm trying to make them. Last class, I the audio. Apologies for that, but it's on the butterfly, long one. That possible. But there's nothing like just watching, man, and seeing exactly how it's supposed to, and literally being like, okay, you make a trade on it, and it's like you see it play out, you watch that trade, you manage it. So, um, this is actually setting up for a deep 5 wave. I mean, is it gonna retrace all of that fourth or third wave? At the end of the day, drag that over. Yeah, up there is untested as it usually should be. However, typically to get that wave, and it just dawned on me as well. Remember, okay, this is going back for those that like literally watch everything. You'll understand back in the day when we first initiated the Midwest pattern. I want to just point out, right? So wait, the Midwest would go all the way back up to the B, and I just want to point out, right? Okay, so we had a higher high with a lower low. That's typically how we would how this pattern originated. I'm sure it happened a lot where I noticed in particular, but blatantly here, and the market was throwing it in face every day, and it was like, yeah, this is a pattern, this is a pattern, this is a pattern, like recognize me, and essentially we did. And I just wanted to point this out because in the event that we in the event that we watch this, like look at how it had a 5 wave move there, and in often cases it was truncated. And I just wanted to point out, like, you know how we were looking at this move yesterday, right? Here. I just want to do something. It's kind of like a mind bender. Check that out. It's all the same shit, except it's slightly different. I was like, this was there, and I was like, wait a second, like, it's like, are we like we played this fine, but with a different mindset, and quite interesting, really, when you get down to it, because it proves you don't have to have
a perfect Elliott wave to get the results of an Elliott wave. Like it will play out a third wave move. Like remember what we were looking at here. Crap, I deleted half of it, but that's okay. That's okay. Draw it back in. What I was doing, looking at that. So we had that here, right? Like this move. I mean, that's not. Here, that is that. Sorry, I take time to make sense of things, and as you should too. You know, it's not all trading. Analysis is gotta you gotta analyze it. It sometimes takes, but uh, ultimately together, the market waits for me. Done making its like, all right, give everyone a second, to figure out what's going on here, and we figure it out. I check my profit and loss. Decent day though. Decent day. I'll be right back. All right, little bit of bounce off the top there. It's somewhat in the shape of a W. Obviously, that's playing out right now very quickly. Uh, you know, reason why we were talking about it being truncated a moment ago is because we had reason to believe it would be form of a W. We were thinking about this being a B, but down to it, it's like somebody's trading this as a bullish harmonic pattern. It's a terrible one, but hold on a sec. 38% retracement. That be 7 beyond? Almost. Body zone. That was the one. It had like a the price. This line drop, but and I'm like, you know what that little pop did? It was like defining of the trend right there. It was like downtrend break right now. This line here has pause and Why did it stop here? A slight pause though. Slight pause. Enough to capitulate somebody. That's all that we need. Here, trouble. Man, trouble. Exactly what they're meant. Now when it breaks to the upside after this test, wants to test the blue, upper side. You know, and when we get a blue line that runs into a node or a gap like that, it's like the blue line just becomes that much more effective. Like if we had a blue line like here, let's say for instance, right? And all of a sudden, say, the price comes up, hits that, oh no, sorry, wrong trajectory. Price comes up, hits that level, and then we're like, oh man, like this combined with that, we're like, yeah, no. And especially if the trend line is like not, and if it's high too, like that, we like to see it high above the VWAP. Right now, it's all kind of crappy because that's exactly where it wants to be. Because everyone trading it wants it to go back to here, except when it gets here, everyone wants it to leave, except they're uncertain about what direction it should leave. That's why it stays here. Nothing we can do about it. Nothing I would do about it either. It's like it's a necessary evil, really. Or are we gonna get a fake break here? That'd be interesting. Yeah, the consolidations, they can be brutal, but no consolidation is too long, and no consolidation lasts forever. We have never, well, it's like it's the way it goes, and it's like not too long ago. I'll remember, like that 9-day consolidation. Remember that one? Brutal. Took like it was. I was like 2 trading weeks, 9 sessions. You can see its inability to close beneath the test signals very shaky. I definitely put my money on direction at for the next lunge. However, again, all the long term, all the long term down, right? All of the short, they have very tight short. Like so, right now we just did a descending triangle, a tight move, iffy, but I mean it's respecting the fact that hey, we have an untested low here. Care if it's part of a harmonic or part of a descending triangle, simply a consolidation that lacks a retest. And by Elliott wave and harmonic, well, not Elliott wave, but harmonic theory, it states that consolidations like getting retests. If you were to break down trading in a nutshell, you wouldn't explain harmonic. You explain the fact that consolidations, prolonged periods of sideways movement, are often magnets price once areas. Like this is a move. It's like, oh, certainly we're gonna get back to that low again, but yeah, well, 5 minutes. Again, though, careful with. I like how it same. And it's like when the market goes on for like hours of it make complete, when it gets to it where it doesn't make, why do you have to? Don't. You don't. You just don't. Patience is, and it's like there will be days, a whole day, and that's the way it is, especially when you're beginning. It's a pure decision. Say, hey, I haven't seen, or I'm not taking because I'm here. The market's gonna take give. It is unfortunate. So like it just absolutely destroy it all the time, but times can really stand out because when it's moving, man, like I feel like the days end at 10:30, flies by so quickly, and as those sideways move, this can hours. It's only like 15 minutes, but it's like when there's 15 minutes of nothing, it's like ugh. And I feel you. I feel you. But I'm here too. I'm here. I've been here. John's waiting. Triangle out. You know it. Pattern played out. 5 minutes. I hope. I hope that it's as obvious as it was to me. Was pattern. I mean, the comment I made at the beginning. But I'm not trying to put fish in your mouth, but essentially, um, we know the direction should always the trade direction should always be in or sorry, not the trade direction, but the entry direction should always be in favor of breaking the yellow line, all right? And if there's not a yellow line, like ask me, where's the yellow line? Like there's always a yellow line. Is there not? I'm like if there's no yellow line, it must be going really sideways. But or if we don't have a yellow line, check for two purple ones. And you know what that would mean? Because we know what purple trend. I hope we know what purple trend lines. Purple trend lines are purples. I was gonna say purple symmetric. I always say the answers as I'm trying to be like, yo, like remember this one because it's huge, important information. List like don't know what the gold line means. Trouble. You gotta know. Curious. Ask me. I'll tell you. Oh yeah, watch the break to the blue. That's typically another thing as well. Blues, they cause so much trouble. But you know what? Within human nature, we seek trouble. And it's like all the time. Like when we break a trend, it's like, yeah, the gap's important. But when it's like, where's the gap? It's like, yeah, look at that blue line right there. That's like beaming with like the need to consolidate on it, waste more of our time. That's typically likes to watch for that. And I mean, what is that? I want to say 5 points, but as it can be. And it's also in favor of getting back towards the VWAP. It's in favor of breaking the trend line. It's in favor of getting to the. And it's in favor of going back to where it likes to trade at the POC. Like we can see this node. It's like this is its comfort zone, right? This is another way to explain. So this is its comfort zone. We can see how does it act when it gets out of its comfort zone. No. Back in the comfort zone. Sideways. That is what it's trying to do. I think I'm confident that's what the Fed wants it to do. They're like, oh my god, it's moving. Stop it. I'm like, I could just see somebody saying that. It would make complete sense to me. But third consecutive cause for it. And when it moves like this to an H, you know what makes it more favorable? When it busts the H. Busts the H, significant trend or fib level. You can often see by the time it gets that third wave, it'll have a bullish divergence. Fast. It'll be hard to catch. But it's not enough of a trade to get rid of your that right now. I'll tell you when I'm getting out of my shorts. Unless they stop out with a break even, I'll let you know. The money this year is going to be in just shorting, try and maximize the other two contracts. If you're trading three, try to maximize as much as possible. Stop getting rid of two at the unless you're iffy on it. And I mean, if we're in a consolidation, you will always have the argument to say, hey, how is this not iffy? Why shouldn't I have take two off here? You know, it's like unless that consolidation is literally at all-time high and you're shorting at the very top of it, or if it's at all-time low of the year or something like that, then fine. But most of the time it's not. Okay? So but it is going sideways, and I've explained everything required to be explained. I do struggle with filling in the gaps with, and I find it's best if we can all just lack the emotion, wait for the logic. And what is patience? Get rid of emotion. Because the only thing that hurts our patience is emotion. If I think about it, tell me if I'm wrong, but the only reason why we can't be patient is because we're so damn emotional. That's the way I look at it. You know, tell me if I'm wrong, but tell me the last time you had to be patient. It wasn't that emotion that was creeping up your chest, telling you to stop being patient and do something stupid. Like, yeah, it's the logical thing is to watch for ignition up and volume gap. It's easy to forget to look at the volume gaps because you're staring at the candles. You want to look at the volume gap because when a trend breaks, what it does, if there's a blue line there, but if we've got a gap there, like it's gonna gap is here, and where is that gap? It's at the V gap. It's also at an untested. Oh, it's at a tested. I'm looking. Oh yeah, I'm looking right there because of that. I hope it does at least. Tell me if it doesn't. Like, other way. But I guess what you know what I trend line. I forget to do that sometimes. But you know, the one that's gold should really stand out. And it's like this is the one we're trying to break. It's always like that's the one we want to see break because we don't want to see it break instantly, but we want to be in for the break. Blue line, all right? Here it is. And if you don't understand what you just did, if you took that trade, we also just made a defect too. Wary of the fact that it might make a right. Where's it gonna end? Sometimes you don't even like when we're like, oh man, it's literally popping to a trend line that I know is gonna hold. It's like, did we put the fibs on this crab? No, we knew it was gonna be a crab because of the first fib, but we used our discretion to determine that hey, that was the trend line, regardless of what fib it's supposed to be. Honestly, it was a fib. That was so. By this point, I would hope that one would have two off and let one run. Let one run to the other B point up there. Or if you've got two, taking on more risk, you're hopefully going to endure the right shoulder if there is one. Now the thing is if you've taken off two here, you have the ability to buy one on the right shoulder. If you don't take off two here, then you that ability and you add on significant risk, and you by taking one more and getting your full through back by the right shoulders. Sometimes, I would say about 30% of the time it's okay to do that. And you know what one of the conditions to do when it's that 30% time is is that it's not in a consolidation. As I look at it, another condition would be that we're not right at the VWAP. So let's just happens here. We came off of a 5-wave move. Now we have only had one wave. When a 5-wave move ends, makes typically, and that supports our theory of a head and shoulder. Really? Because what if it's making its first wave now and it makes a second wave? I mean, if it's so terrible that it can't make it down for a right shoulder, that's fine. Like I mean, but at the end of the day, this flies as a right shoulder even now. So when it gets back up to its third wave, which completion corrective wave, then the head and shoulders by default will be playing out. And by the time that it tries to do that, I mean, look at what we got here. Another reason to trade. Now, if anybody shorted that right shoulder, I mean, you've taken on a lot of risk, but profit target. Supposed to come down. We did this blue line because we didn't talk about it going to the VWAP. We were like, it's supposed to break this trend to where? The blue line. Exactly. We'll keep going though. It's fun. Very lucrative. And it's great too because you know what's interesting is like 90% of the world struggles with this logical theory that we see. Like I'm like did we go over 5 waves yesterday? W's and M's yesterday, day before that, or what happens when we break a gold trend line? Might not have went over exactly what happens with the blue line, but we know now that they cause extraordinary trouble. They're just trouble, like terrible. When we get involved with the blue line, all it wants to do get in trouble. Want that trouble. That's human nature. It's like yes, it's trouble. It doesn't mean avoid it. It means go and be in trouble for a little. And then yeah, it's like anything that it was doing can come to an end at a blue line. Now, what's important with blue lines is first responses. First initial responses are important. Next time we get to that blue line, might not treat it the same way. Another thing about blue lines is they can be hidden. Like right, like you know what's crazy is we could pop and then do this. And it's like, wait, why isn't it holding my line? Why isn't it holding? You know, it's like it looks like it's trying to trade on it almost, but there's no way that that line is really holding there, is it? Like, what's going on? And you know what's crazy is until now we have found no this, but bam, trend. I want to see that break. Now if we can find a short play, breaks. I can even run this, but trying to break sooner rather than. Personally, I think that one of these bullish trend breaks is likely to try and spike down. You have to be careful with long. Short trades are relatively unhinged. Don't really like. Has it come back on you? Like if you're, I know it's been all this. You can't do it on short, and you're holding any of the are so good. But at the end of the day, I want to train you guys to be able to take all of the moves in between everything. I want you to be able to take the long term. I want you to be right on the long term. I want you to be right on every trade. I want you to be right on every long. And it's like I'm not trying to train you guys to not be best at this. So it's like I'm not saying it's easy. Like there's a lot to it. Yeah, I'm here. I will focus, guys. better than I am. That's my goal. Like, I don't believe that I've taught well until I've taught somebody to be better than I am. But I'll be right back. Alright. We have a symmetrical triangle. Bit of emphasis on the top line. Yeah, there would have been a time where I care about you actually every single. Hmm? Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, man. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, I want to teach you guys how to adapt to the new market ways. Like, man, when the market moves a little bit differently, like I know how the market moves so well that when it does something it's not supposed to do, I'm like, oh, hold on a second. Like, let's really like hone in on this. And it's like, are we gonna get this all week? I'm like, juicy. I'm gonna be the only person that understands how to trade this, because like, it's like I understand how it's moving every single moment that it's not doing this new thing, that I can calculate exactly what that new thing is and absolutely take advantage of it. The point of which we can create them and not even understand what the hell they're called, but I understand so much how to play it. It's ridiculous. That's all that matters. Like, I have a problem with remembering general knowledge. Like, I know I should, but man, when it doesn't, when it's not required to get what I need done, I forget it. That's it. I don't need to know. My problem, actually. Makes it hard for me to. Anybody hours and sour? Somebody bunch off of my one. Cameron's. That sounds interesting. Funny enough, like last year, I was like all about like getting these like really nice things and stuff. I come up here this year around, and I'm like, bottle of scotch doesn't taste as everything's just color. I'm like, gosh, what did I do to myself last year? I used up all those all now they're all just normal to me. So I'm like, I drink Coors. It's like it's it. Oh, I know, yeah. I play video games. I truly find my happiness in video games when I'm away from everyone. I am alone, and I can find most happiness in that sense. And I'm like, it's so sad because at the end, I can relate. Yeah, 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 yeah. And I was so good about everything. I don't go out. I didn't go out. I'm still not gonna go out. So like, I'm here. I wanna like, I don't wanna not not partying like a ever. So I'm here to work now. I want to get it done. I want to make mashing it out. market is very slowly doing everything we expect it to do, but now we expect the rest of the blue. It's on. Now it's done with that. It's also allowed to spend a couple. It's a, yeah, 40. After having retested the side we're currently at we just left a symmetrical triangle, so some drawback attempt is what's required, but just the blue line causing trouble for the symmetrical triangle retracement, it's that much of a problem. Literally. Like, it's just, sometimes there, but I mean, gotta have them there. And to clearly identify whether it's not, like, get over here, I'm gonna know that's the blue line, right? This is a line, this is a gold line, right? And it's like, whenever we think about it, and it's like, is it at a blue line? Is it causing it trouble? Alright then. That's all it is. And it's like, not many people can view trend lines like that, but they should. And it's like, some trend lines are meant to be broken. Some trend lines are meant to hold. Some trend lines are meant to cause trouble. Try and do the actual retest, but it's got a problem. Because when it gets to that, it's going to have a gap. Is it trying to fill that gap, try and get through the test? It's already thinking about that. And it's just, yeah, if I try and do that. So, the only thing that's undeniable at the market does all-time highs very frequently. Will continue times, but I do largest magnitude drop with lifetimes I've ever seen, which is crazy too, because you know what, it's a little unfair because of the fact that I had to cut, but dropped in the Great Depression and drops that we've had, they might have been bigger in percentage magnitude, right? But the thing is would we rather have bigger in percentage magnitude or more points? Because you know what? When the Great Depression dumped, I mean, okay, I don't want to bash it here. What percentage drop was it? Check here. Percentage drop on the buy, which mattered at the was an 83% drop. Now, if we got that on our market right now, that is extremely unlikely. Extremely unlikely. NAS ones. If we get a drop like that, it would destroy everything we know that we enjoy in our. But thing is it's not going to happen like that. Because the thing is, when it had that 83% drop, when the buy dumped like that, it was only 30 points, right? And what is that in our terms right now? It's like what, times 20 each point. So like, we're not looking at too much. Now, if we drop now even 10%, we're gonna get way more points. So, in my opinion, even though we're not gonna drop as much of a percent, we're gonna be able to make more money than we ever have been able to on any other drop because of the fact that our points are still worth the same, and it doesn't matter what the percentage is when we're dropping thousands of opposed to tens, dozens of like we were in the depression. There's gonna be money in dips than there ever has been before. I don't think many people does that. Like a slight fluctuation down now is a few hundred points. Daily. decent retracements, a few thousand points. All right, we retraced this line after breaking it. Typical. Created a new one in which we're not as confident in breaking as we were, but somewhat confident. That is the line. Starting to look at the support too. Starting to look at that. This line breaks, it's setting this. Why? Because it's already broken. Result of the breaking to the side, and they're not on in. That personally, I don't think any entry happened. Terrible case for a lot of the situations today. And you can see that the result of trading in those areas in the past today have been terrible. So don't do it. Patience time. Try and think of to explain. But I think I've got a lot out there. And I know it's interesting because the way that we think about psychology and trading, it can seem offensive. I mean, especially if we're learning, and then you turn around and there's like, oh wait, that's me there. Like the whole process is to identify what you're. Do you like it or not? If you don't like it, then don't be offended when you identify what you're doing, because you want to get rid of that, right? You want to make money all the time. You don't want to cling on to like, oh, this is me and this is the part of me, money, and I don't want to talk about it. Don't be that guy. That's not fix it. It's human nature to be that guy, though. Oh, I'm just gonna brush this under the rug. Hopefully nobody notices it, and I'll be able to fix it later. No, I don't know. No, fix yourself a favor. Work with enough people. I wish they would. And it's like breaking that barrier down. Just ask somebody that knows how to fix it, or at least they know how to fix it. You know, sometimes situations. I haven't seen one yet that's unfixable. Not a single person that I've taught is fucked. Not a single I've taught that I can think like not trading or can't trade. Can't do it. And it's definitely not because of trading if they are. Like there's one fella way back. Yeah, no, wife and side, but trading. I know it wasn't a good trader. I think it was because his wife was taking all. Side note, very sad story. Sad story. Fella that passed away. If you're ever gonna do anything like that, call me. Hands down. I'm here. I'll pick up too. Test me. I'll play. Call me. I'll always here, bro. Always. And if you test me and you're like, yo, all right, I'm gonna sit down. Here's my trading account. I'm gonna live stream, and we're gonna sit together. I'm gonna hold you responsible for every one of my trades until I know what's going on. I'm like, let's go, man. Let's do this. All right. Like I'm like waiting for everyone to like, come on, like tell me. Like I cannot have you guys losing money. I don't understand why you're losing. It doesn't make any sense. Well, it's not that you are. I don't think you are even. Oh, it's like, if you are, this is how I'm talking to you. If you're out there. Yeah. I have time after hours to do calls too. Ever need a call if you're ever stuck to help you guys. Purpose of life right now. My purpose can't get better until I teach how to become great. So I have a great trader. Like that's when we talk like hundreds of dollars. I might even make billions of dollars out of it. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give it all away before I die. For every single fucking penny that I have in my pocket and my account is out there working for. Not gonna be in the coffin with 100%. No, no. I was like, as soon as you said gold, I was like, what? No, I don't know. I don't do that. I have some gold in a desk. I have some silver coins and stuff, but I'm like, yeah. I had a I had a get rid of it. No, I had it. Yeah, no, it's purely like see up. It was one of those things where I was like, I think it was like one of those Peter Schiff dude. Yeah, buy some gold. And he's like, I was like, all right, and I fine. Or maybe it was silver at the gold. Just from other than that, gone. I'm not a jewelry type of guy. I wear a watch. That's it, or my Masonic ring. Other than that, nothing. It me down. No, and I barely wear it too. Honestly, yeah, I think it's I think I did the batteries on. Put it to I have it sitting on my desk. Always 420. Man. Oh, look at that. So what are we doing? Breaking the bottom line of the parent. Not over with. By the end, wants to waste 20 minutes of our time. That's okay. And by doing that, it would make down what up. Half tempted to draw in a lines perfectly with up. Up's probably gonna get tell this move kind of well. Where is it? First of all, tip of a triangle. It's a lunge down to the tip of the triangle. Where did it hit? One of our old gaps. Couldn't make it through that. Pathetic. It made it back up into the triangle as a result of being gaps from me. Gap from where our gap started. Look at how we had a big node right in the middle there. You see that node? It's kind of hard to see. Node right. EOC. Yeah, right there. Gaps, right? You have got them marked. Exactly why they're there. Same thing with these ones, except they're just exact same. So, what was important? That's the backbone of technical analysis. W's are important because they were important. The M's were important because they worked both. Technical analysis. The reason why we do the M's is because they happened. Or logically something that has happened with a result and replicating that same result, expecting this, or we're expecting the same results out of the same movement, which is like logical, right? Totally logical. No other way, in my opinion, to do it. I don't say that very often, but I'd love to get an argument fundamentalist somehow. But I'd like to get into an argument with a very old fundamentalist that's been around, because the thing is, good on fundamentals all day long when you're young, but you don't really know your track record till you're old. That's my opinion. That's what I would say to the fundamental. That's how I started. I started there. Like, why am I not there now? Why am I not a fundamentalist? Not the right way. My opinion. But when I'm an old man, I'll probably be more, because I don't want to spend too much time doing this. I would recognize that this is something, but I would kind of want to have it out of the way by the time I'm older. Like when I talk to my I don't know how you can do this all day long and stay on the computer all day long. It's like, why don't you find something that you enjoy doing? I'm like, wow, I enjoy doing this. I don't enjoy this much, but I mean, I enjoy being right all the time. Well, that's probably why 90% wrong. It's crazy. I mean, like, oh yeah, 100% sure. Well, yeah, 100% that you. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. No, and I expect when I go to talk in front of people, like they're all the professors are gonna be shaking their heads, being, guy, what is this guy? This guy. Well, I'm the one that's willing to my account and like sit in front of a 500 people and be like, yo, like, watch me. If you want to see, I'll show you. and it's like, yeah, oh yeah, what's my credentials? Well, 11 years of trading, 7 years of probably lost more money than investors have as well. Um, the biggest trade I made was last year. Is 300 profit. It's on my personal account. I was only allowed to day trade when I couldn't hold. I did hold overnight. But they weren't my day trade. Now I would hold overnight here and there, and then I'd be like, okay, it'd be like whatever. Like the overnighters would be like just whatever trade I'd be looking at. Some like one will stand out forever. Yeko, freaking, I got stuck in a halt, and you guys all know about that. But like I got stuck in a halt for an instant. I was working for an time, and I got stuck in a halt, and it was like dollars, right? And they were freaking reaming my ass because of it, and they hated me because of it. They were like, "Oh my god, I didn't sleep at all the entire night that night," and I was like, "Oh, here's a trend break, by the way." And essentially, so we did a three-wave move up there, by the way. Also, but essentially, they were like, it was a fresh stock. It was one of those crazy pump and dump stocks, and it was like, it started at like 50 cents, and it was up at like $8. down the. Yeah, sorry. Oh, okay, okay. So, well, basically, we're in a symmetric triangle here. By this point, we're like down and down, but then when it went down, we were like, okay, this is actually the way that it went down was both back up by in F4. It just did that and it broke, and now it's retesting our blue line. Sorry, I think it's getting ready to get out of this temporarily at least. And if you have some profit, letting some ultimately still back of our head back to people badly. Fire severe. And I think catch the highs of the case scenario. So the idea is, if you want to talk about a plan, so catching the high of day ports down is what's going to build your account so that you can play long term like that and then take all of the short term money is in the, because if you're on every short by default takeout, yeah, this was what, 10 points, right? And if that's 10 points, that's 10 points, that's 10 points. Like, that's catching. Comfortable with the aspect, the fact that the trades take short term, there's a to say, okay, if I take 1,000 trades today, profitable, am I gonna have a down day? Probably average of high on 1,000 every day, 1,000. Average 1,000 trades a day, profitable. Average that much more solid, 7. Bought Tesla, bought Apple, bought Netflix, bought Google. Thinks he's dangerous. What happens when the market goes? Like being in a trade, being profit, not understanding why. What are you gonna do? In a few put it? Been given a lucky can't be, and you're gonna cling on to it like you've won. No, that's stupid. Emotional. Illogical. Do anything with it. How are you gonna have results out of that? Can't. Got it. And luck, like hopefully luck continues. Big hope. That trend line, we can have fibs affecting this. I have trouble. that one's it's the highest speed. Definitely back down up and have some gap we really gap we really expected to right and right back down. Best in time to watch after reach. So many people behind buy in dominant test anyway. Fine. Buy into either uptick I ever did. Because like this is the first patterns that I ever noticed. Pattern, it's actually a pattern. It's actually like out there. I was like, oh god, like these guys like they have my pattern. I was like, it's already a thing. Found it. Okay, well that pattern always uptick by downtick by or an up. That's a three. So a 3 bar play can got a nice ignition. That next candle comes up to test or it's a nice shot at it. Not now. After that, we get that continuation, and then after we get that, that whole candle, that whole attempt at the test usually sucked right back. We see it. And it's really interesting that process. If we look exactly how the candle it comes up, right? Oh, M and quite interesting. Because yes, it's trying to retest the other. Unless that retest stuff should be because we went W, right? Everything that happens with Fs taken with a large grain of area we high risk, high risk, profitable margins of A already. Like the other ones in between. We also have to keep in mind we got power hour coming up in 5 minutes. That power hour will get us out of the right reclap areas. Rest of that line. Where's it gonna Gap. Gap. Wants to retest before gap, that's fine. Maybe such a small gap that it's a hedge fund gap easy. Expect more gap. Probably gonna. Well, sorry to burst the bubble, but you know, here another back up. The M's fibs. That also one. The 50. Five-way. Draw in a downtrend. If you took it, this is a great place. Profit. Range move. Yeah, again, it's almost my fine, and it's all about when it does a defining range. Often, now without it dump left a. However, this move may not get it there. Might need that point. Scalping and that's second terrible. Fifth way. Draw that in. That if it fade is God, yeah. It's 14. I was like, that's 14. Yeah, hell yeah, rough. Tough the tough gets. And I mean, we're going. It's a little boring. Not good, but all right. If you're not, like, are we gonna get another move? Like, think you can get on the next move? Like, how many moves? Am I the only one? Lost count? Pattern? How many? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, this? That. I find it very interesting. Those that on the white line are still unthreatened, even with this next move, as we talked about. Ones that shorted at the point, yeah, tough, but up anyway. This one, love the view app, and ultimately, as it has been, and we're gonna continue to fake breaks. Look at our break-in. Where are the gold? Now we. Now, when I start to put lines down like that, that's when you hedge that trend line. That blue line caused the entire trend at that point. Other B might be a run up, but yeah, wait, that blue. If it wrecked off that blue line. Now, another thing that's important is we haven't still got a lot of gold down, right? Technically, fall, but long like that line's gold. How are you gonna expect nobody to handle before? Like you're gonna. That's my logic. I end up. I want to smoke a cigarette. Pants. Terrible. Battle in my. It's like I look at the tower and I'll when I was. I remember some guy like car and he turns over. Guinness is wrong British accent with up. I bought. Can't get it. I don't know. Found it in the. Yeah, we're breaking. I want to watch that blue half. We got to up for the fact that it freaking this pump and then how it Acknowledge. I shouldn't have said that. It's acknowledging it. You know what I mean? Pretty much like that. It is gonna work. You do it. Funny as trivial. Well, let's argue with. I would love some elbow touch, right? I'd be impressed to see. I think. Really. Oh yeah, yeah. I do think. Oh, channels before half range, half range, half range, full range, half range, half range. I think this what half range. How easy all these going on. It's just essentially staying here all day yesterday because of this. And I applaud all of you. Ooh, I speak. Okay, I don't know if you. Hey, like sideways, and sideways is gonna be our thing. Like we did identify this. I mean, for not here. This real quick. Check out 5 wave movement. Right, yesterday 5 wave movement. Now tell me that's exactly the sideways, kind of sideways. Clock in the. That's when it decided to get. Okay, so come back into the 7 o'clock. Here we are. Two zones, same areas. Pattern is right and sideways up. Saw that a couple days. Something hit it again. The next spotted it, and it's already faded part parts that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If there's one observation that it's that it's more than capable of flat here. Wait a second. It's flat, but it's not looking at. Yeah. So the half wave. All right. Unless this is wave two, not looking. Um. Now if we get pumping above this high, third wave be likely. Yeah, it does. I keep. I keep patterns. I want to put flap consolidation. I'm not gonna do. Might work out. That's an exception. If you're in from the head, wonderful. Good job, man. Good job. Good. You be careful. Yeah, you can't do it with the. You gotta do it with a live. Long. Uh huh. Yeah. 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 if you yeah, if you get used to reading handles, like identifying the trend break, it's like play a game where we try to catch each ignition candle. I'm down. Like we catch all of the ignition candles. We do catch all of the ignition candles. But if we want to be blatantly obvious about people that are on Lulu, that everyone can be confident. You just need to focus. You gotta work with. Like you can listen to what all day long. Actually, I will help you. I'm here. I'm confident I can help you. I couldn't sleep at night if I couldn't, man. I couldn't sleep at night if I couldn't. I'm confident. That's why I'm here is because I'm trying to be a better person. Give society. I have something literally. You know what I mean? But great trade though, bro. Great trade. Impressed with that. Lovely. Right here. Phenomenal. No, it's good though. It's good. It's good. I mean, we're just I mean, yeah, we just have to keep going. It's a tight range. I mean, I'm trying to make it as clear as possible. I don't want to make it obvious, funny, because it's good. It's here to make money. I'm serious about it. I don't want anybody to not. But like talking about obvious, sometimes it can be so obvious that I might make that to me not ever funny. It's always about making. Sorry to burst the bubble, but I'm super. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, true, 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 true. Yeah, and I'll keep doing that too because I'm like, man, at the end of the day, it's like, oh, shoot, like I know everyone's here and it's freaking boring sideways, but like the do is get the right, get the boring part right. You're set up for the. I know, I'm doing it too, having a beat still. It's fine, and we're still killing it. I wouldn't be able. To... Question. It would a diagonal, and what's crazy, have it have to be a. It can't be ending. It can't be end. Up the typical diagonal. Yes, this still does fit Elliott wave. Third wave still remains. You know what? Actually, saying that, I determined it, whether that's playing out into it, but it was required that it got there. I mean, our M from the beginning out, right? Sense now. Took some off. Okay, nice, good. Tighten it. Yeah, what a gap. Perfect. Push for the. You know, it's like people that own Elliott Wave sometimes. It's like there's always an argument when you go out onto like the internet. You'll like they're either or. Everyone's either or, this or that, and I'm well. If one thing works, how can you deny its presence? Sometimes when you 5 wave point was a second wave, affected it. Elliott wave, SOL, and it takes 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I guess so. Yeah, right. It's like I don't know. I just have my experience. Wish I did. I wish I had. I wish I had somebody. You know, nobody cared about the beginning. Everyone this. That was what I think. Oh my god, I can. I was like, yeah, like I'll never forget. Like there was the whole thing. My my first broker. When I first walked into her office, great grandfather, 18 years. Gotta go to college. All desks outside of her office. Like I'm like, what? I'm like, you want to sit here? You go to university. I'm like, what? I'm like, no way. I'm like, you guys are gonna be begging for me. Done what I was like, basically in my head, I'm gonna screw up so hard. There's not gonna be a single mistake that can get past me. Not a single mistake. I'll have them all down, and I did. I did. I sure did. Now it's like even the ones that were obvious when I'm teaching, I've went through many situations that I haven't been through myself and had to help other people. I've learned, oh, that situation. Sometimes that situation, fault for it. Always a solution. And you know what? It's never to stop doing. Never to stop doing it. You have to commit to the fact that you tried to do something. You're trying to do something, best at it. You have to keep doing that. Like, how are you gonna, like, if you're on a team and it's like you have practice, you have to. Well, coach is gonna. It's like that's the same thing. It's the thing. You money though. It's not even our enjoyment. Like people might hate going to practice for hockey or whatever. It's gonna be better. As much as you hate your coach. Somebody I would hope. Yeah. Well, we know that surrounding this, even if I take that out, like what it came up, truncated the fifth wave, broke it, retested, continued on to make, and then that's why we're like, okay, so the M that it smaller than the made, and we're like, it's gonna tighten you confident actually off of this, but nonetheless, it's back to its sense now. Ultimate propaganda down. Last short, pay for the fact that if it falls through the ground when you're long, taking any having a good profit on your, my opinion. As are there. I'm 60
telling we're going. Turn of the hour. We're at the beach. There's symmetrical last move behind. The head of the market. Symmetrical trend. Probably. Well, if it connects with the test of the last trend on the, we're actually in that holding. Again, the so and because what? Ah, well, this question as well because the thing is there are patterns. Okay, so when we take a W, right? W, like W, like right now, X to A, often a fib that's overlooked, but as I went over in the last class, X to A, here to here, the fib, 127 there for the leg is often confirmation. Well, so that if you see X to A is 127, that can be a butterfly. That's huge as well. That is confirmation. But if you do, uh, it depends on where X to A that determines whether or not you want to trade that. You know what I would we had X starting here, not here. Right. Yeah, yeah. So that's the thing with harmonic fibs. There's about 5 different patterns. I've worked my way through classes so far. I have to. I was thinking consecutively. Try. So I was thinking are specific how just by measuring from here, I was able to tell that this break out to the things like that. Um, that's gonna come from just understanding harmonic patterns, and I don't think. Yeah, because the thing is when I see whenever I see this now, and I'm like, yo, it's having an 88% retracement from here to here, 88% retracement, right? And then it comes down and it has another 88% retracement there. I'm like, wait a second, this is part of a crab. The only harmonic pattern that can do that is this pattern, and it has a huge
zigzag, right? So I'm like, it has to be that then. And I'm like, wait a second. You know, at the end of the day, it's always safer to play it from the D point back down, and it worked too. But hey, we were like able to say, all right, well, it made 5 and then it did 3. So if it did another 5, that would be a zigzag as well. So I was using harmonic theory, the fact that hey, it went 88, 88, 88, and the fact that it did 88 here was enough. I was like, it's tightening the range, it's making a 3. And you know what? We had to allow it to be a little bit wrong on harmonics in order to give us a proper 3. Because if it was going to go 5, and then if it was going to go 3, it couldn't do 88, 88, 88, because then it wouldn't have had a third wave lower. So I was like, okay, fine. If it has to do a third wave lower, I'll give it a break. But at the end of the day, it made an 88% retracement for the point. So that made me think that, okay, after the 3 wave move, it's supposed to continue into 5. So that means that if it was to do a 5, it would align with the fact that the 88 lined up perfectly so that it could make a D leg just roughly the same size as the first move in making a 5-3-5. Because a zigzag is 5-3-5. It goes 1, 2, 4, 5, 5. And what is that? That is a corrective wave. That is one. So it has impulse up, corrective wave down, impulse up. So it's like motive, corrective, and that's what we saw here, corrective motive. And I mean, hardly a 5 wave. I mean, really broke it down. Technically, this candle here started lower. Candle started lower. This whole area, because of that action, as a second wave. This came down here a little bit and made a 5th wave. Put a break. Everything line up. You know, the way that I look at it is the market's enabled to make the patterns it expand them nature to patterns. Now, some people are just so wrong that they ruin the patterns sometimes, and I think there's a significant amount of reason to make it not perfect. But when we can see everything lining up, or at least trying its very best to respect all of the, we gotta realize what it's trying to do. A lot more. That was a tough one though. The analysis required a lot of. Again, I'm like, find it. Oh yeah, man, everywhere, and they play out too. Majority of the time, I bet. Yeah, we do have a new support line there. Might cause some. Of course, the what? We're retraced relative at a 78% retracement. If 78% retracement, we have reason. Leg ends at a 7 from the X to the 74. That 120. Part of me that entire. This one? Oh, a huge gap. Oh yeah, yeah. Plus
Um, that counts as
the area first one.
Got three back off. Rise. Highs. The other side of that gap has a fall to. Hit the VWAP. So the first VWAP retest of it trend can cause some trouble. Alright, looks like we tried to do a test and we're gap below. Hour. So it broke the trend from the gray zone. Yeah? Okay. Going one way. Sorry. Yeah, there's something to be said for trading and try and keep on your M. Yep, exactly. Tight on your end. Match two. Get any move profitable. Check whether this entire candle on M. You have to make almost this entire candle profit, which is kind of that's an entire trade, a good trade that from low candle to high that you cannot do that on M breaking even. Trying to capture having a good. We're back up.